Well, hello everyone. Hello, stay at home coding camp. I hope you are doing wonderful so far, and you are enjoying the course. This is going to be another topic, which is where we are going to cover the basics of JavaScript and how to make your web page interactive. So this is going to be the last huge amount of information that we are going to give you in a material review, and then we will have a couple of exercises just as usual for this part. And on the next week, you are going to have a bigger project, a web application, where you will be able to combine all the knowledge that you have studied so far or learned so far. So this is what's going to happen, and today we are going to talk about basically the very beginnings of a programming language, and we are going to look at the JavaScript language for that. Why are we going to talk about JavaScript and why is it useful? So this is going to be the topics that we are going to cover. Just as usual, I have this like little cheat sheet for myself, so I don't forget anything to talk about. But the main idea is that JavaScript is a programming language, and that usually with programming languages you can create software or programs that are capable of running on computers. And the JavaScript is a special language because it is capable of running in your browser, so you can run the application in the browser, and it is also special because you can play and manipulate or modify the HTML and CSS with it. So it is actually a very good tool to start learning, and if you already know a little bit about HTML and CSS, you are going to be able to like make it interactive and play around with that. So this is why we are going to try out JavaScript. But most of the things that we are going to cover at basically the first part and parts of the second part as well are going to be things that are actually they are present in every programming language or any major programming language. So those are going to be useful for other languages as well. But we are going to focus on JavaScript and how to use it along with the HTML and CSS. So far we had HTML and CSS, and that is very nice. But if you think about it, they are mainly like to display things. So if you create a web page or a website using HTML and CSS, maybe you can use a little animations or transfers with pseudo elements in CSS, so you can make a little bit of things that are changing. But the main idea of HTML and CSS is to create a display. So that is what it is for. So it's like a nice image, what you can see, what you can view, and JavaScript. And with JavaScript, what you will be able to create is basically something that is actually running, that is actually a software. What is a software? Like if you click on something, it is going to do something. You can create a new tab, and then something happens on your machine. So basically, the user can do something, and then the software is going to react to that. So this is most of the time how applications are going to work. Obviously, there are other types of software where the user is a little bit different than an actual human being, but let's not get into that deep topics right at the beginning. But the main idea is that basically something can happen. You can do something with softwares. So this is what we are going to do. from now on, the things are going to happen, and we can do things. So we're going to try out JavaScript and the basic building blocks of JavaScript, and actually the basic building blocks of every programming language. But again, focus on JavaScript. What do you think where we are going to try this out? Because we can try it in many places, but there is a very, very easy solution where we can try out JavaScript. Try to guess it in the comments if you know where should be easy to try out our first couple of JavaScript commands or program places. CodePen, yeah, that's a good guess. CodePen is because it was obvious when you created a CodePen. There was a JavaScript part for it, but actually there is also another place where we can try that out, and a couple of you actually guessed that. So we are going to try it in the browser, because the browser is the place where our JavaScript code is going to be executed. So you can try it. You can try any kind of JavaScript code in your browser, and then we are going to move to Visual Studio Code. So we are going to try it out there as well. And of course, if you want to, you can try it out in CodePen as well. But I'm going to show you the basics and the beginning in the browser, and then we are going to jump into VS Code for a couple of more interesting topics. So how can you try out CodePen JavaScript in the browser? We already mentioned a couple of times, and maybe you already discovered that there is a developer console in the browser. You can open it up with multiple key combinations. On Windows, I think it's F12. On Mac, it's Alt and Command and the I together. Or you can right click and inspect, and then you will get this developer tools at some place in your browser tab. And this has multiple things at the top. Usually, in every browser there are going to be multiple tabs, and where we can try out JavaScript is going to be the console. So this is what I'm going to switch now. So this is basically a JavaScript code executor. You can see that there is a cursor here, and it is blinking, indicating that you can type there anything. And what you can type there is actually a JavaScript code, and the JavaScript code is going to be executed on the spot. Usually, code is like the HTML code is like a file, and it has multiple lines. What we can do here is put one line of code and then execute it immediately and see what is the result. And it is perfect for trying out our first couple of tryings in the JavaScript language. Sometimes you can have like this warnings here in the console. That is right now you can, or even errors that can happen. But right now you can ignore anything that is there. For me, I have this to DevTools something here. We can just ignore that. If you have something similar there, don't worry. What we are going to do is probably going to work anyway. This console is something that is used by the actual page itself. So we were going to learn how to do that in a short time. But the main idea is that anything that JavaScript is happening on this page is if there is an error in the JavaScript, or if there is a mistake in the JavaScript, that is going to come here into the console as well. So there can be many things here, not just what you type, but actually information about the existing code that is attached to this HTML. And so let's try out something. You can type here for example, any kind of number, and then what you will get back is an information that what was the result of this JavaScript statement or code. And if you just type in a number, then you will get back that the number or that actual number. But where it gets more complicated is that JavaScript is a programming language, so it can be so what you can do is use any kind of mathematical expressions, and the JavaScript language will be able to calculate that for you. So for example, if you have like 1 + 1, then what you will get back is 2. So again, I'm seeing a couple of comments about how to get to the console. Right click, inspect, and then select the console tab, or if you are on a Windows, you can hit the F12 button, or if you are on a Mac, you can use the Alt plus Command plus I key combination to open this section up. Or you can actually probably get it somewhere, I don't know, probably from somewhere from the menu, but the right click inspect is the easiest way to get here. Okay, so you can have any kind of mathematical expressions. You can see that there are all kind of typical mathematical manipulations are going to work. So we can subtract two numbers or multiply two numbers if I know where is my asterisk sign, or you can divide two numbers, and you will get the results just as you would expect it. And these basically are small JavaScript expressions, and they are going to be executed. So the result is what we were going to get back. So the value of this expression is going to be 5, and the value of this expression is going to be 16. And this is going to work exactly the same with every other situation or every other statement that we are going to have. If we type in any other statement, it is going to probably have a result value. So let's remember that. Let's go on to the first interesting point, that is going to be the variables. So just like using for math, it is probably useful. This is why I'm always telling people that you don't have to really know very hard math skill, or you don't really have to have very hard math skills to be a programmer, because the software can calculate instead of you, and usually probably it will. But yeah, kind of from high school math, you can get a couple of insights of how actual programs will work. So, for example, there are variables, and they work very, very similar to the mathematical variables. So you can create and name a variable, and it will have a dedicated value. That you can change that value anyhow if you want. But the point is that from that point you can just use that variable, and that is going to act as a value. So let's try to do that. In order to create a variable in JavaScript, you have to use a keyword, and there are multiple keywords how you can create a variable. But I'm going to show you just one, so you won't be confused by the lots of keywords, and that is going to be the let keyword. This is the basic or the most common way how to create variables. And most of the internet or JavaScript programmers are going to suggest you or advise you to use this instead of others. And there are a couple of others that you can still use, but we can just use let for any purpose if we want to create a variable. So this is going to be the keyword. And after a space, you can name your variable. So here comes the name. Let's say that the name of the variable is going to be age. And after this, you can end your sentence or statement here. This is already a valid JavaScript statement. So I can say that, okay, this is the end of the statement. Usually in JavaScript, you can end your statements with a semicolon. I say usually because it is not mandatory. You can see that I didn't have semicolons in the previous statements, but it's a good idea to have one actually at the end, but not in the console. We will see it when I'm going to create a JavaScript file in the VS Code. But so for now, this is perfect. So this is how you can create a variable. And now we created the age variable. It is not really useful because it doesn't have a value. We didn't put any value to the age. So we can't say that the age is age plus 2 or something. Is not going to work because we don't have anything in the age right now. What you can do is use the equal sign to put something into this variable. So for example, age equals 33, and either put the semicolon or not put the semicolon, it doesn't matter. But from this point, the age is a variable that is created and it has a value 33. So if I'm going to, just like before, try out age plus 2, what I will get back is 35. So this is from this point, it works exactly as a number. Just as before, we can use it with any kind of numeric operator, and it will work exactly like that. So what you can do is change the variable's value again. So we can say that age should be 25, and then it is going to be 25 from that point. If I again add 2 to the age, then what I will get is the value of the age plus 2. And since we changed that, it is already a different, already using the new value of the age. So this is the basic idea of variables. And of course, you can use the variables in like assignments. So this is a very, very simple thing, but like you can say that age is going to be 35 minus 10 because this is just another calculation that needs to be calculated, and you can replace any number here with an actual numeric value variable. So you can replace this with a variable if you want to that holds 33 as a value, or this as a variable, and replace it. So you can combine, you can place variables anywhere in your expressions or statements in code where you would have a simple value. So values like the numbers, or we will know later strings and booleans, are replaceable with variables that are holding those type of values or those values. So for example, right now we know that the age is 25 because we said that age should be 25, and we can say that the age should be age plus 10. That is also perfectly normal. So the new age would be the previous age because it is 25 right now. So here comes the 25 value, and then we are adding 10 to it, so it is going to be 35 at the end. Okay, so this is the basic idea of variables. You can use it anyhow you would like to. Okay, and the other type, like what we used so far for values, is just plain numeric values. But most of the time we will probably need not just numeric values. You would like to store in a variable, for example, a username or an email address or stuff like that. So we will probably need to have something where we can use texts. And let's create another variable. Let's say name. And the problem is if you just let's say this is how we can set a value to the name variable, right? So this is how we did it before with the age, but we want to put a text here instead. And if you put a text here instead, let's say Adam, what will happen is that you can see that there is no difference between the Adam and the name and the age from a programming point of view. They are just texts just sitting there. So what's the difference when we are going to use the text as an actual text value, or when we are going to use it as a name of a variable? And that's a problem. So this is not distinguishable by a computer. So right now what will happen is that we're going to get an error if I hit an enter on this line. And this error is going to tell us that Adam is not defined. What that means is that JavaScript thinks that we wanted to have the name variable to be equal to the Adam variable, because this is how we would use the Adam variable if there would be one. Obviously there isn't, because we haven't created let Adam before. So this is not going to work. It just says that Adam variable is not defined, and this is an error. Not to worry, but this is not how we can create texts, because every time we are just simply typing any text, that is going to be considered as a variable by default. So or a statement or a specific keyword, just like the let here on its own. So if we want to use a string or a text value in a variable, what we need to do is put them in quotes. So instead of saying name equals Adam, we can say name equals, and you can use any kind of quotes. Actually, just the only important thing is that what you start with, you need to end the thing with it. So what we want to put here is Adam. So I'm going to start with a simple quote, Adam, and then close it with a simple quote. And now what we will get is the text value that name is going to have, the text value. Well, this is how an English teacher actually corrected me how to pronounce this word variable. So this is the uttermost correct way to say it. I didn't say it like this before, but yeah. So sorry about that. So we created a name that is going to hold the value of Adam as a text. And you can see that we actually got it back with the two double quotation marks. You can do exactly the same with double quotation marks, and that is going to be working as well. So it doesn't matter which one you use. Both of them are acceptable. Just if you started with a double, you should end it with a double. This is the only important thing to remember. And also there is a third one. So let's say Adam again. So you can use this little backticks. This is called a backtick. I don't know where you will be able to find it on the keyboard. I just know it on the English keyboard. So, but you will be able to find it if you search for backtick shortcut or keyboard, like backtick shortcut or something like that, and you will be able to find it if you want to. And sometimes it is useful. The difference between these, there are not many, but the difference between these is that inside of the single quote, you can use the double quote and it won't end the string. And inside of the double quote, you can use the single quote. And inside of this, you can use both. So this is why they can be useful, and this backtick is useful for another thing. We will get back to that. But so what I actually mean, or what I mean actually is that let's create a third variable that is going to be, let's say, let greeting. And so far what we did is we created the variable, and then after creating it, we assigned a value to the variable. This is how the official wording is, assigning a value to the variable, this line. But you can do these two things at once. So create the variable and assign a value on the same line. So you can do this as well. So greeting is going to be well, the greeting is not going to be the best thing right now, but well, whatever. So hello everyone, let's say like this. And what will happen is that because we used the double quotes, we can use the single quotes inside the double quotes, and this whole thing is going to be our text. So if you need to use the single quote for whatever reason, like you want to say like Adam's apple, then you can use the single quote inside of the double quotes. And this works with the other way around, obviously. So you can say that this is a quote from someone, and then the quote, I don't even know how to spell this word. I hope that this is the correct way. So this is going to work as well, and we won't get an error. But if you have like missing it, or you start it with this one like hello and then close it with the other one, then what you would get again, an invalid or an error that this is not a valid JavaScript statement. So what you start, that's what you should end with. And inside you can use the others. And obviously in the backticks, you can use both this and this without having a problem. So these are the basic texts. This is how they work. And because we already saw that you could use expressions with numeric values, like 8 plus 2 is going to be this. What do you think if we say that we add together two text values? Well, I shouldn't have put the last piece to the puzzle, because now you can see actually the result without me typing or hitting the enter. But the idea is that you can also add together two strings, and what it will do is it will actually put the two texts together into one text. Why is this useful? Because again, with just like with the numeric things, we could replace one part or the other part with variables. So we can replace with variables this or this, and even both if we want to. So we can say that hello Adam, who is plus age plus years old. And then we are going to have one very long text, and we can place any variables into the middle of the text, or into at the beginning or at the end, or wherever you want to. So this is how you can put strings together. And this is very useful because usually you will have this kind of situation, like you have like a top page of or top title of the page, like on Facebook, like a greeting for the user, like saying hello Adam, what's on your mind? And obviously in this case Adam is going to be a variable there, because that is going to be different for every logged in user. Like if you are I don't know, Peter, then you will see hello Peter there. So this is not how it's going to look like in the code. It is going to be a variable here that is going to hold the user's name as a value, and then it is put together. All right. So this is why it is useful. And you can also do this in a different way. That is actually a not very new thing in JavaScript, but a couple years ago they introduced the backticks, and with the backticks you can use variables in a different way as well. Some people consider that as a better and overseeable thing, because you don't have to like split the string into multiple parts and add the variables into the strings. It can be a little bit confusing at the beginning, and also for more experienced programmers as well, to see what the value of this thing is going to be altogether. And also it is very easy to forget a space from here or a space from here, and then obviously the variable is not going to have spaces around it. So that could be like if I forgot a space from here, then we will get this 35 years old, or if I forget a space from here too, then what we'll get here is this this is not really nice. So and it is very easy to do, because it's hard to spot that there are spaces here. So why should I have a space to here as well? So because of that, there is another way how you can do this, and it is going to be hello Adam. Actually, do we have a name already? Let's say name is Adam. So hello. And then here should come the name, and there is this extra couple of key combinations with the $sign and the curly braces, and then you can use JavaScript variables. So for example, name, and who is age years old, and it is a little bit better for experienced programmers, because it is just using one simple string or one simple text, but there is actually some kind of key combination to use variables inside of this special string. So this is also how you can use variables inside of a string. These are many. There are many things how you can do that. These are the two things how you can do that, and these are going to be useful in many situations. Okay, so all right, let's go forward. The thing that is important is that if you use an operator like a plus sign, then on both of the sides you should have some kind of value. So for example, a value here and the value here is going to be a calculation. So this is a good thing. Also, if you put another value here, then this is going to be a good thing. But this works also with strings or with text. And the third one. But it is not going to work if you don't have any kind of operator that adds together the values. So if you just have like a number value and then another number value, it is not going to work. Also, if you have, like, we can see that this is going to be an unexpected number because we don't have any expression here. We just have a space, and JavaScript doesn't know what to do with it. And it is also going with the hello and world strings. So even if we have two strings, like we closed both of them, we need to add them together. Otherwise, this is not an expression. It is going to say that we have an unexpected string. I don't know what to do. JavaScript is telling you, I don't know what to do with this second thing. And I think that was one question. And the other question was that if you create something and assign a value to it on the same line, don't worry if you get an undefined here. That is perfectly normal. That is the result of this expression. So this expression is not created anything that needs to be displayed right now. But you can use something because you created the something variable and it holds the value that is 12. So if you didn't have an error, then just got an undefined. It just means that the previous expression didn't have anything to tell you back at the moment, and that's perfectly fine. That can happen a lot of times, that you created a variable and add the value to it. It doesn't have to immediately say it back, but you will be able to use the variable. Just like I can use the greeting, and just like I can use this something. All right. So I think what we covered so far is how to use basic values with numbers, how to use a couple of operators, how to create variables and assign values to them, and we also checked a different type of value that is a text value other than the numbers. And there is actually a couple more value types that we need to check. These are very common in every programming languages. There are going to be similar things. And the first one is booleans. Do you know what values booleans can have? Try to guess it in the comment section. What can be their values? So the number values can be any kind of number, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 1,000, and string values can be any kind of text, like hello world. And yes, I can see that many of you know what the booleans are. So Boolean value can be only two things, true and the false. So if I create let's say old enough to drive, then I can say that this is true, or I can say that it is false. And then these are the two values that this Boolean variable can hold. Notice that what I did. So I created the variable with the let keyword, and then with the up button or up key, you can go back to previous commands, and with the down you can actually search in the history of your commands. And I went back to this statement, and I rerouted it to false, but I also deleted the let keyword at the beginning. Why I did that is because we already created this variable, so this is already existing in this console. Old enough to drive variable is created, and if you want to change the value, you shouldn't use let. In Chrome, it won't cause an error in the console of Chrome. So if I do this, it won't get me an error, but in other browsers, it can happen that it is going to say that, hey, you already defined this old enough to drive, so you shouldn't define it again. So don't use the let. You can just say that I want to override the previous value that was there. So instead of having the let keyword at the beginning, you can just leave it out if you already created the variable. And if you don't, then you will need to use the let keyword. Okay, and so this is the Boolean, and it is going to be useful in many places. We are going to come back to that, but probably this is enough for the first part. What I wanted to talk about is that they have a couple of actually two very special operators with what you can use, and this is the logical AND and the logical OR operators. They are logical because they work on Booleans. So this is if you learned mathematical logic, then these are probably also familiar. So they work exactly the same, and the point is that the AND operator should have two Booleans on its side. So one bool 1 here and bool 2 here. So this is how it works. It won't work with numbers or with texts. So it is going to just work with Booleans. And the point is that if you AND two things together, then both of the things have to be true in order for this expression to become true. It's like, is he older than 18 and also younger than 70, then he's a working adult or something like that. So both of the things have to be true in order to the whole expression to be true. So for example, if I'm saying true and true, what I will get back is a true value. If I'm saying true and false, it is going to get back a false value, because just the first part is true and not the whole expression is not going to be true. And of course, if both of them are false, then the result is also going to be false. And the logical OR is going to work similar, but the result is going to be different. With the OR, only one of the values have to be true, like how you would say it in an English sentence. Either he's older than 15 or younger than 17 or something like that. Both can be true. Only one of them can be true, but the whole thing is going to be true if at least one of the parts is going to be true. So true or true is going to be true. True or false is going to be also true, and the last thing is false or false is going to be false. So this is the very basic idea of half years or half year semester mathematical logic from the university. This is the summary of that right now. I've really summarized it into basic 2 sentences. Obviously, there are a lot more to this, but at this point, it is perfectly enough. And let's try to have a little riddle here. So I will put a logical operator, multiple things together, and see how many of you can get the correct result. So let's say that true and false, or true and false is going to be what this is, what this expression is going to be. Is this going to be true or is this going to be false? What are your guesses for this? If I remove the quotation marks, we will see. So this is why I have it in quotation marks. And let's see how many of you can get the right answer. And there are falses at the beginning, and everybody is saying false. So let's see if this is actually false. And it is actually false. So the first part is true, so this is good because this is an and sign, and then this expression inside of the parentheses has to be either true or false. But if it's false, then the whole thing is going to be false. Here we have a false, so this is not really important because we have an or sign, and here we need to have a true value in order to make the whole thing true. And here we have true and false, and we already saw that it is going to be false value. So this is false. Because of that, this is false, and the whole thing altogether is false too. So great job, everyone. You know this. That's a good thing. All right. And so these are called types, different types of values. What we know about is numbers, strings, and booleans. And in many programming languages, you have to specifically say that a variable is going to hold one type of value. So you need to say that, okay, I'm going to create a number variable, and then you will be able to put only number values into that variable, and then you can create a text variable, and you will be able to put only texts into into that variable. This is not true for JavaScript. In JavaScript, you have just variables, and you can put any kind of values into them. So if I'm creating an X and I put a number into it, afterwards I can put a text into it, and it is not going to give an error. And also I can put Boolean into it on a new line. So these are all valid and true. Not necessarily a good idea though. So usually if you created a number variable, you will use it as number. So you will subtract or multiply or something like that. And if you change it to a text, then those numeric operations are not going to work exactly like you would assume they should work. So it is a good idea to keep yourself to use a variable for one purpose. If it is a number, then it should be a number all the time, and not reuse it as a string later. So or a Boolean for that matter. But you can do this in theory or in practical, actually in JavaScript. So you don't have to specify the value type for creating a variable. You can just use it anyhow. And the yes, weakly typed language it is. And someone is looking for me on my phone, which is weird. I never get a call anytime, but obviously when I'm streaming, that's the time when someone is calling me. All right. So and the last two things, I think. I think we can come back to those after a short break. So let's have a 15-minute or 10-minute break, and then we will continue with the last two types because those are a little bit big. So I don't want to start it before the break. So let's have a 10-minute break, and then we will continue with these arrays and objects and moving forward. All right, so break. We break until 16:05. Okay, see you then. Have a little refreshment, have a fresh air, a coffee, a tea, and refresh yourself a little bit. Hello, welcome back. I hope that all of you have arrived back safely from the nice little break, and you are here again. So we will continue with the arrays and objects that are the last types of values that we are going to look at. So I hope that you are here. Okay, some of you at least are here, but probably there everybody is going to jump back soon to the stream, hopefully. So the first thing is that what we are going to look at is the arrays, and the idea behind arrays is that so far what we created is just to have a couple of variables, but most of the time, for example, if you look at a Facebook page or anything, what you will see is that there are not just single things on the page, but more like lists of the same things. So, for example, there are posts in a row, and all the posts are probably going to have, like, we are going to store them somehow in a variable somehow. Not sure yet how, but they are going to be in a variable, and like the likes or the persons who like a post can be in a variable, or the comments can be in a variable and stuff like that, or in variables. So these are things that are going to be put into variables. And if let's look at the comments, just the text comments, and if you have like a comment, we can say that this is the first comment. Obviously, this is the first comment on every I don't know, video and post and anything. But then what do you do with the second comment, or how do you store the second comment? You can create another one, like comment 2, and then this is going to be the second comment hello or something. So you can store the comments one by one into different variables, like comment 1, comment 2, comment 3, and so on and so forth. But this is not going to be really effective. Most of the time you want to put them together into one variable. That can be like, you can add another comment into that, or remove a previous comment or something like that. And this is where arrays come in a handy as a handy solution. Arrays can have multiple values. So they are basically kind of a list of values, and they can have any kind of values, but it is going to be only one variable, and you can put a lot of values into the variable, and you can use them one by one, and you can also use them all together if you want. And you can always add new elements into the list, or remove elements from the list. So these are all possible. So, for example, if I want to have comments array like this, I can create a let comments, and how you can create an array is going to be with the square brackets, or the square parentheses. So this is how it is going to start, and this is going to be the end of it. So this is basically an array right now. or a list of elements. And somebody already put it into the comment section. So major spoiler. So this is how you can create an array. And at the beginning, if we just leave it like this, it is going to be an empty array, meaning it doesn't have any elements in it. So it is not containing any value other than that it is an array with 0 elements. But you can put in any kind of values, like for example the first comment, and then now it has one element in the array, so there is one item in the list, but you can have more using the comma. So just like a list in a sentence, you can list other items into this array, and have the second comment here. And you can list the third one if you want to, and so on and so forth. But right now, let's just have two elements, and then this is going to be a good thing. And why is it good? Because we can have both of the comments in one variable, and we can do anything with them one by one. How can you do something with the first one? How can you get just the first? Right now, when we wanted to use the value of a variable, we could just type the name of the variable, like comment or comment2, and we can add the new text to it, like hello Adam, to the end. So this is how we did it. Right now the comments is an array, so if we want to use just the first part or the second part of it, it is not going to be good if we just say it like this. But we can specify which item we want to use from this array. And in order to do that, you need to use the number of the element. So if we are talking about the first element, then we can say that we want to use the 0th element, actually, because programmers are going to start counting from 0. So this is the 0th element or 0th item, and this is the first item of the array. And you can obviously go on if there are more elements or more items in the array. So comment 0 is going to be the first comment, and comment 1 is going to be the second comment, and comment 2 is going to be nothing, because you don't have a second element here. But we can quickly change that. So let's just have an example here, just like the previous one. It works exactly the same, is the array a list, or there is no difference in JavaScript between list and arrays. This is a list and this is an array, so this is pretty much the same. In JavaScript it is called array, but in other languages it can be called list, or there can be arrays and there can be lists, and they can be different even. But in JavaScript there is only arrays, and I think it is a little bit easier to understand it if I'm using the word list instead of an array, for those who didn't know anything about this. So this is why I'm using that as an analogy. So it's kind of a list of elements, but it is called arrays officially in JavaScript. Yeah, that's it. So how can we put a new element into this array? We can use a special statement, keyword, command on the array. And this is going to be very common, like for example, let's just go back to the simple strings. Like we have a name, for example, a name variable, and if you can do like special things with variables, not with number variables. Number variables are just like you can use them as numbers, but with strings and arrays, and even with objects, you can do special things. And usually, how you can do those special things is using the name of the variable and then hitting a dot. And these special things are called actually methods of the specific type, but let's not get into that. Let's just call them special things. And what you can do is, for example, check the length of the value. And because we have Adam as the value of this variable, it is going to be 4. But we can also like say that the name should be Adam Julavori, and then the name.length is going to be 14, because now this is a way longer thing. So we have exactly 14 characters in this string. And there are many things what you can do with a string. For example, just get the parts of the string. For example, with substring, like let's just start from the fifth character, and then I will just get back my last name, because this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the fifth character is going to be the G. So this is what we are going to keep from this thing. So there are many things. I'm not going to list all of them, but on the Mozilla Developer Network, you can find what you can do. For example, if you search for MDN string, you can see what are the methods that you can use on a string. So these are all the things, and there are all going to be examples even, and what are the use cases and stuff like that. So there are a lot of things that you can use. There is one more, for example, to uppercase, and then I will get back my name with uppercase characters and stuff like that. There are many things what you can do. Yes, the first element is always its 0 place. And with the arrays, you can have other and similar things as well. So for example, we had the comments, that is an array or a list, and it has 2 elements, or it has 2 items in it, and it also has a length. This is how we can check how many elements are there in the array. So it is going to be 2 in this case. But there is also a method that is with what we can actually put a new element into this array, and it is called push. And if we use this push, then we are going to put a new element into the array at the end of the array. So this is going to be the third comment. And now if we check the comments, what we will see is that it is actually having 3 elements: the first comment, the second comment, and the third comment. And again, if you want to know what you can do with the arrays, there are a lot of them. Again, you can search for array here on the MDN, and you can check what is not this one. So you can check what are the methods of the array. There are a lot of them, and from for our perspective, what we need to know is how to use one element from the array. That is what we already tried out, like that. And the other thing is that how we can, for example, put something into the array. That sometimes can be useful, but other than that, we don't really need anything else. If you want to remove the last element, you can remove using the pop method. So that is going to remove the last element from the array if we want to. But there are other methods how you can manipulate the arrays, but this is not going to be needed for tomorrow's exercise. This is not for the project as well. So I'm just going to have these two things, like the length is a useful thing to know, the comments push or the array.push is a useful thing to know, and comments first element or something like that. So these are probably all the things that you will need to know at the beginning about arrays. How you can get one item and use that, and how you can put new items in, and checking the length is sometimes can be useful. All right, and the last one is as a type is going to be an object. Well, so far what we talked about is a list of the same kind of elements. So for example, we had comments in the array. So an array is for the same type of things, comments or colors, or here in the example there was fruits. So it is usually like a list of the same things. So it doesn't have something that is describing multiple types of values, like let's say let person equals, this is not going to be an array like with the first name Adam, and then Julavari, and then the email address adam.julavari at greenfox.academy.com. So this is not really going to be a good array, because these are not the same things. This is a first name, this is a last name, and this is an email address. So if you want to have something in an array, then you will probably have last names in an array, or first names in an array, or emails in an array. So if you want to have, usually the arrays are actually named in a plural. So whenever you are having a list of something, that can be an array. But if you have just one thing and you want to describe that one thing with multiple things like first name, last name, and the email address, then the object is going to be the good choice for that. It is a little bit different, not that much different, but it is a little bit different. So I'm going to remove this from here, and it is going to go in between curly braces or brackets, and usually we like programmers like to put the different values on separate lines even. So I will put new lines here. So this is how an object is going to look like. So just like with the indentation, like in CSS or HTML. So this is the beginning of the object, and this is going to be the end of the object, and the actual values are going to come here in a little bit inner. And here what we are going to have is basically like values that can be different, and also like mini variables, or I don't know how to call it. So it's going to be a collection of variables. So we can say that the person is going to have a first name, and that is going to be Adam. And again, separating these values with a comma, just like in the array. And the person is going to have a last name that is going to be Julavari, and the person is going to have an email that is adam@green.fox, because I don't like to type that much. So this is how a general object is going to look like. We have some name for the variable, just as before, and then this is going to be an object. And an object is always going to have like some kind of name for a part of the object, and the value for the object. And of course, this can hold different types of values. So I used always strings here, but I can use numbers. Let's say the person has an age that is 33, and the person has an old enough to drive that is true. So this is perfectly okay. And if I create this, I can check it that I have this. There is the first name, last name, email, and everything is there. It was an okay sentence from the JavaScript point of view. And this is again how you can access the whole object. But if you just want to get the email, for example, now you can use the dot to access these special small variables inside the object. So for example, the email is going to be person.email is going to be the email address that I typed there, or the person.age plus 10 is going to be 43. So these are all going to work like that. And if you want to add a new thing into this object, you can actually do this, like person dot, I don't know, favorite color equals green, of course, because what else would be my favorite color? And then if we look at the whole person, what we will see is that well, it is now too long, so there is just a dot here, but we can open it up, and then I will see that the first name is still there, the last name is still there, and and then we will see at the bottom that we have the favorite color as well put into the object. So you can extend the object if you want to with any new properties. This is again called property inside the object, and you can use it with the dot, or you can even override an existing one. So the person's email should be adam@greenfox.com instead. So this is also going to work if you want to. And of course, these can be combined. Objects and arrays can be combined anyhow. So you can have let persons that is actually holding multiple person objects. Right now, the same person objects, but you can have different different person objects if you have more, or you can even define it here, like create the whole object with the curly braces here and here and then here, and you can have arrays inside person objects. So instead of person dot favorite color, instead of just simply having green, we can say that I have multiple favorite colors because I like orange as well. Let's say like that. So they can be combined anyhow, how you like to. Okay. So this is the part where I think I will start to open up a VS Code and try get to try things out in an actual JavaScript file, because these are the very basics of JavaScript, and you can all try these out in a JavaScript file or in the console as well if you want. But let's just move into Visual Studio Code so we can check how that works. And in order to do things like you will be able to follow, and also that you can access later, I will create a repository on GitHub where you will be able to find the examples that I'm going to create. So if you go to GitHub, you can create a repository on GitHub, and you can create a repository from your machine as well. It doesn't matter where you started. I'm going to show you how to create a repository on GitHub for this particular example, so you can again revisit this topic if you want to. So there is a plus sign here, and there is a new repository button or something like that, and then you can create a repository. I'm going to choose the owner to be Green Fox Academy because this is how you will be able to find it, and not my personal account is going to be the owner, but for you probably you will have no choice here, just your personal account, and that's perfect, or perfectly normal. And the name of the repository is going to be the thing that I actually put it into the description of this stream, and that is going to be stay-at-home JavaScript examples -April 6. So this is going to be my repository, and I'm going to say that it is going to be public, so you will be able to check it out. And I'm going to create this repository. So now it is created. This is an empty folder on GitHub, and I can clone it to my computer. Then I will have an empty folder on my computer, and if I put things into that folder on my computer, I can push it onto GitHub, and you will be able to see it. So how to do that? Well, there are multiple ways. Actually, it is listed here if you're using the command line version or anything of Git, but we are not going to use that. There is a setup in desktop button here, and you can just click on the setup in desktop button, and hopefully that will actually pop you into the right position. So I'm clicking on this and then open it in GitHub Desktop, and I'm going to get a pop-up window to clone a repository. This is what I want to do actually, and here what you can see is that we have the exact same path or URL that you can see in the description, and I'm going to use this local paths that is perfect for me. So this is where my local folder is going to be created in my users, my username /greenfox/tests greenfox, and then this is going to be the folder. Clone. I'm going to clone it. And now it is cloned. It is an empty folder again, so we shouldn't see anything right now, but we can open it up in Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to use this button, and what I will get, hopefully, is that I will get an empty folder and the release notes, because my Visual Studio Code was updated. So yeah, this is what I get, an empty folder. And what we will need to create is to use JavaScript in a browser. That is we are going to need an HTML file, because in the HTML file we are going to be able to load the JavaScript file, and the HTML file is the only thing that the browser is going to be able to display. But if there is a JavaScript file connected to that, then it will be loaded as well. So we will be able to try things out. So let's create a nice little index.html here. And you know that already how to create the standard HTML structure by typing HTML and then selecting the HTML5 abbreviation. I don't know how to call that perfectly, and then you will get this whole thing. So this is going to be, let's have a title that is going to be what is it, material examples for JavaScript, and we can have a header element here, material examples for JS and jQuery, and let's have a p tag as well, like hello world or something. Maybe we can play with those later in the JavaScript part. Okay, and you already know that how can we, I will enlarge this a little bit, maybe that will help. You already know how to connect a CSS file into HTML. You can also do that. Like, you can also import a repository, or you don't even have to import a repository. I just wanted to show you again that situation. You don't have to. You can just work on your computer and or you work in your previous folders that you created for Wednesday or yesterday. I just showed you another example of how you can create a repository and then clone it. But all the others that we did before is working still. And if you want to, you can also like copy this thing, because if there is no setup in desktop button or anything like that, you can also copy this address from here. There is a copy button actually here, but you can highlight it and Control C or Command C or anything like that. But so copy it, and then what you can do is you can click on the current repository here and add and then clone repository, or there is a repository and then somewhere, file. In the file there is a clone repository, so you can find this menu item from many places, and then you can, even if you create it on GitHub, if you find it here, you can find it here, or you can put it into the URL tab, the URL that you copied. So this is what you can do, or how you can do it alternatively compared to how I did it. So you already know how to put CSS into the HTML, like with the link tag, and then style sheet, and then this file name for the CSS file. Putting a JavaScript file or including a JavaScript file in the HTML is going to be very, very similar. Just the only difference is that it is not going to be here, and it is not going to be a link. So usually where you want to put JavaScript files is going to be at the bottom of the page, or actually at the before the closing tag of the body. So right before closing the body, there should be a JavaScript inclusion, and in order to use JavaScript, you can use you should use the script tag. So this is going to be a script, and in between the script tags, you can write JavaScript. If you try it out, actually, syntax highlighting is already going to work. Like, you can use the let keyword, like name equals Adam, and you can see that that the keyword is highlighted, the text is highlighted differently. So it is kind of understanding that we are talking about JavaScript here. So here you can just have plain JavaScript if you want between the script tags, and that is going to work. But just like with the CSS, it is better to put it into a separate file. So I'm not going to put any JavaScript here. Instead, I'm going to put it into a separate file, and in order to do that, you have to use a attribute on this script tag that is going to be a source, so src, and then the file name of the script file, and that usually is called scripts.js or JavaScript. So this is how a very standard JavaScript file is called. So usually this is a very general script inclusion in every HTML. Of course, we need to create this JavaScript file right now. So I will right click and create a new file, or you can use this button as well. And this is going to be scripts.javascript. And I will do, so I will get the bottom part of this window as well to the location that you will be able to see it, hopefully, because there can be many extensions for Visual Studio Code. So it might happen that your Visual Studio Code is a little bit different than mine, like with highlighting things, or I actually have a different theme. So this is probably not having the same colors as your Visual Studio Code, but that doesn't matter. You can change that. Like there is a where is it? Color theme settings here. So you can change to have a different color theme if you like a different one. The colors doesn't really matter, or any appearance is kind of changeable. What matters is that at the bottom of the page right now, you can see that this is actually an HTML, and Visual Studio Code understands that this is an HTML file. And for example, here in the scripts, the the JS, it will understand that this is a JavaScript file. So somewhere in the bottom right corner, you should see a JavaScript word as well for your created JavaScript file as well. So here we can also create a name equals Adam, and then it is going to be a valid JavaScript sentence, and we can use multiple sentences or multiple statements after one another. And how we can try out if this works is that we can check we can check if the JavaScript is loaded, if we try to put something onto the console. Like, you remember that when we tried out the console at the very beginning, I had this warnings, and I was talking about that. Yeah, sometimes the website can actually put things into this console, where that is actually very common. So every time you make an error here, that is going to be going to the console, and you can also put information to the console from this JavaScript. So if you say console.log, any text that you, or any value actually that you put in between the parentheses here, is going to be displayed on the console. This is very useful if you want to try out what is happening, what is the value of this variable, what is the value of that, how does it change, how the whole thing works. So it is perfectly normal to have many console logs in your little script file, especially at the beginning, because it will help you to understand how the your application is running. So what I will say here is, hello, my dear name, and then this is what we are going to log to the console. And if we will see this on the console, if we run or open index.html with live server, or with just finding it and open it up in a browser, it doesn't matter. So if we open it up and check the console, we should see this this line there already. And if that is there, then we load the JavaScript, and we can be sure that it is working. So I will go here and open the index.html with live server, and I will hope for the best. So by default, you don't see the console, so you have to open it up, like either with inspect or with a key combination that you already know, and then go back to, or go to the console. And you can see that hello, my dear Adam is here. And you can see that there are many other things, like we have live reload enabled and fail to load resource, whatever. You can ignore the other things that you haven't tried. There are many things that are using, even Chrome extensions are written in JavaScript. So if you have any kind of extension installed, like these things, or here, can be here as well, those are also written in JavaScript, and those are also putting things into the console. And also Chrome can sometimes put things into the console. So it is a developer tool. So it's not like a very user friendly all the time. But sometimes, for example, there are news sites that are actually hiding developer job descriptions in the console. So if you open up a console, for example, I don't know, it was probably for New York Times or something like that. If you open up the console for New York Times, you will see a job description in the console. Or I don't remember which one was exactly, but there was a site like that. So there are funny things. So in order to use this thing, you have to use a backtick, not just a simple quote or double quote or anything. You have to use the backtick. So this is working, and we put our JavaScript, connected it with the HTML, because when we open up the HTML, we can see that hello my dear Adam is getting into the console log. Again, backtick. So this is not a simple quote, this is a backtick. And if you use simple quote, then you can see that it is yellow. It's yellow because it is considered just part of the text. If you use backticks, notice that it is having a different color. It is I don't know how to write backtick on your machine and on your computer, but you can look for it. Backtick shortcut or something like that, and probably you will be able to find it. How you can write a backtick on your machine. I just know it on the English keyboard. Okay, so let's go back here, and what are we going to talk about? Actually, I'm going to switch the third part and the second part a little bit from now on, because I think it is going to be a little bit interesting to have these before. So this is what I'm going to use or start working on. With JavaScript you can what the point is with JavaScript is to like modify the things and access the content of the HTML and play around with the HTML part. And this is where we are going to use jQuery, and this can be done also without jQuery. I just think that the jQuery way is a little bit more intuitive and understandable at first sight. So you will be able to probably it will be easier to remember and stuff like that. So, but there are ways to do these things in just simple JavaScript. But I will only show you how jQuery works, because that is a very powerful tool actually, and you can do many things with it. Not just there are a lot of things that are collected together and like pre-created for you that you can use, and you don't have to create it on your own. And it is, I think it's relatively easy to use. And this is what we were going to continue after the break. So we were going to have again a 10-minute break, and then we are going to check what jQuery is and how to modify the HTML content that we have already. So we will have a 10-minute break as an H2. 10-minute break until 17:05. Like that. All right. See you then. Hello and welcome back. I hope that you had a nice break again and managed to consume all the lots of information that I'm trying to talk about. And what I'm going to do in the meantime, until everybody gets back, is that I'm going to commit the things that I've created. So first, or create index or HTML and script file, and I'm going to publish it, so you will be able to find it on this part already on GitHub. So if everything goes well and I come here, we can see that here I already have this thing here, so you can check out what the backtick is or copy it from here if you want to. And you can also see the example HTML that I created if you want to. You can look at these. You can look at these files in this repository that is in the description of the stream. So we are going to continue with jQuery, and but before continuing jQuery, I will copy these things actually. So this can be also in the example. Oh, this is not good, and I will copy them into the script file. So if you want to look at these, then you will be able to look at these basic examples. Copy all, like that. And because there are a lot of things that are not actually valid JavaScript comments, because they are just like things that were response on the console, I'm going to comment them out so we won't have any errors in this file, but you will be able to find it in here if you want to. So these are going to be just commented, and you will be able to find anything that I used in the previous part. So this was the first part from the developer console, and then we are going to work here at the top. All right, so I won't need this anymore. So, is it back on track? I hope that it is back on track. I did nothing, by the way, just copied the content of the console and placed it here as comment into this file. So so you will be able to find it on GitHub, and you can try them out or look at what were the examples that I used, and what were the results. So this is just the history of the materials so far, and I will again add first part, commit, and then push it, and hopefully if we look at again the GitHub, what we will see is that there is going to be this part in the script.js, so you will be finding it here. All right, so it is there. So let's talk about jQuery, because multiple people are saying that the stream is okay now. So jQuery is a collection of pre-written stuff that is JavaScript code, and we can use that. You can load this code into your project. We will actually place so here at the exercises you will find an actual line what you need to put into your HTML. So you will be able to just copy this from the exercises. So I will actually do the same, and I just copy this part. And you can see that this is just a script tag, just as we did before, and it is also have a source attribute with a different value, and this is going to be the jQuery source code, and it goes exactly to the same page or same place where our source code is. So I will go back to VS Code and to my index.html. Here is my script file, and I have, so this is exactly the same, just with not my script file, but with jQuery's script file. And the only important thing is to place this script file or script tag before yours, because if you do it in reversed order, you won't be able to use jQuery inside your scripts. So if you have it like this, then it is not going to work. jQuery is not loaded just after you use or load the scripts. So this is the correct order. And that's the important thing. So right now we loaded jQuery and we are able to use it. And how can we use it? So second jQuery part. This is going to be the jQuery part. jQuery is relatively simple. It has a very simple rule of syntax or syntax sugar, and that is that you have to use a $sign and then a parentheses and then some action or something that you want to do. So here in the parentheses you can have a CSS selector. So this is going to be the whole thing in general, like as a general thing. So with the first part, you can just like with CSS, you can select something, and then with this part, you can do something with the selected HTML elements. So for example, we have H1, H2, and P. So let's select H2. This is a selected H2 tag. And what we can do is, there are many things that we can do with jQuery. The easiest thing that we can do is change the content of the H2. So for example, here what we have right now is 10-minute break. And we can change that using the text method. So if I'm doing this, then here I can provide any text content that will be put into that H2. So let's put it that the jQuery part has started, instead of having the 10-minute break here. So this is what's going to be there. I'm closing it with a semicolon and saving the file. Don't forget to save the files, because otherwise it won't really work. And if I go back to which tab? This tab. What you can see is that the HTML is actually changed. So the H2 is now has the new value, or the new text content. And the thing is that this only changes like temporary. So this is not going to be written into your HTML file. So if I look back to my HTML file, I will still see the 10-minute break here. This is not rewriting the HTML as a file or as the original source code. It is going to just change whatever the browser is displaying. So it is going to change here and not in my original files. So it is kind of like dynamically changes the content of the HTML. And you can change any text content, or any tag, or any selector. CSS selector. How to select things. You can use the dot any class, or you can use the special ID with the hashtag or hash mark sign. So these are all working just as a CSS selector. You can do this just like with the CSS. And you can, if we change it to H1, for example, then the H1 is going to be overwritten with this text, and not the H2. The H2 remains the same. And obviously you can change the P tag as well if you want to. So then the P tag is going to be replaced, and everything else is going to remain the same. So this is the basic idea. CSS selector, and then some kind of action. And what kind of actions are there? What can you do? Is there are many things. Like, for example, you can change the CSS. You can change the CSS value, or any kind of CSS on a selected thing. So, for example, let's change the H1 CSS. And here, just like with if it's not working, so if this is not working, that can have different reasons. For example, you don't include the script, the jQuery script file. If it's not working for you, then just listen to what you will be able to do with it. You don't have to follow exactly step by step what I'm doing right here, but I will continuously update. That's not the part. This is your script. This is your script, what you are typing, and you need jQuery. So you need this line. This is something that you will need to use jQuery. These two lines are needed in your HTML in order to make this work. Yes, you need this 12th line. Again, this is both lines are needed, not just the first one, or not just the second one. This is the script file for jQuery, and this is the script file where you are going to use that. You don't need to. This is a thing that is on the internet. We can check that out. Actually, I can open this link. If I copy it, I can open it up, and it is going to be a file with a lot of JavaScript code. This is what we are loading. So this is how we can use jQuery in our own script file. So this is something that we need to load as well in order to use this or use these things. And you can actually check out jQuery on the internet and on jQuery.com, what it can do, and you can also check out how you can download jQuery, and it will be basically the exact same thing. So if you go here to download jQuery and then select any version, then what you will get is just a very long JavaScript file that you can include in your HTML. It is just another script file that we put into another script tag. So you can copy this and put it into another script file tag. So you can put it here into the src. What you copied from there. It is a different version that we provided, but it doesn't really matter which one you use. But again, tomorrow in the exercises, you will get this. You will get this at an exercise that you need to add this as a script tag, so you won't be confused when you were actually doing the exercises. And also you will be able to find the whole example that I'm creating here, so you can compare the two things, what is missing. Okay, so let's move back. So you can change the CSS of any element actually that you selected, and just like how you had the CSS rules, they have a property and then you have a value. We will need two things to put here. So the first one is going to be the property, let's say like background, and then separated with a comma, the other thing that is going to be the value. So it is a little bit different than how we would do it in the CSS, but the very big difference is that here we will be able to use variables. We will be able to use like user interaction to change the background only if something happens or anything like that. So it is a very useful thing to do. So we can change it, for example, to red, because that's the very basic idea. And if I go back to the example, what we'll see that the background is actually changed to red, just as we expected. So you can do that. Change the CSS part, and any kind of CSS that rule that you had before. So margin, padding, width, height, anything can be used here. You can also like add classes to the HTML elements, or remove classes. So for example, let's say that we create a class, and I will just put a CSS, so we will be able to see the difference. So I will create a CSS here that is going to be styles.css and styles.css. And now I'm going to create a green class, and the background is going to be lime. So this is just a simple green class with a background, and this h2 is going to have this green class. So if right now we didn't have any HTML or JavaScript, I can do that. So the so what we did is styles. I have a typo. yes, I have a typo because I named it styles and not style. So I have it style here, so I should have a style.css. And now, wow, Hungarian flag, how nice. It wasn't on purpose. So right now this have the class green. And what we can do, for example, with this toggle class is for, it's like a switch. If an element has the CSS class, then it will remove it. If an element doesn't have the CSS class, then it will add it. So you will be able to do something like h1.toggle class and put green here. Again, you don't have to specify the dot here because we are actually saying that this is going to be a class. So we just need the class name, just like how we need the class name in HTML. We don't have a dot here because we already saying that this is going to be a class. So just the class name. So if I'm saying that h2 toggle, sorry, not that one, class, we want to toggle the class that is green on the h2. That means that if h2 had a green class already, then it will be removed. If there wasn't any, then it will get it. So what should happen? Actually, I will duplicate this line with the p tag because you can see that the h2 has it and the p doesn't have it. So what we will see if we run this whole thing is that the p will have the green background and the h2 won't have the green background. So let's look at that, and yes, that is exactly what happened. So the h2 doesn't have the green background, but the p actually has the green background. And you can obviously toggle that multiple times. So if you have this line like 2 times, then you switched it on the green class on the p tag, and then on the next line you will switch it off. So basically nothing will really happen. So it is going to look exactly the same. Usually, if you would have a very, very slow computer, these things are actually going to execute line by line, just very, very quickly, so you can't really see it executing line by line. But if you would have a very, very slow computer, you would see that, okay, at the first second there's nothing is happening, then on the 4th second the console log is appearing in the console. On the 8th second the original break text 10-minute break thingy is changing to the jQuery part has started. On the 10th second the background red appears on the h1, and on the 12th second the green background from the h2 is disappearing, and then on the 13th second a green background is appearing on the p, and then on the 14th second, 1 second later, it disappears. But obviously this is not how it's going to look like. Your computer is way, way faster than that, so it is going to happen basically immediately, and you won't see this line of execution. But if you had a time machine to slow time very, very to very slow pace, then you would be able to see this happening. This is a good thinking. This is actually how the code is executed. So line by line, we are going through everything line by line. Okay. And we talked about text, and the thing is with text, it is called text because if we want to have, for example, HTML inside of this, we can have like strong tag /strong. Actually, I will put it just over the jQuery, or just surrounding the jQuery, so you can have HTML in your strings as well. But what will happen if we run this is that it is going to be displayed just like this. So instead of understanding the HTML, it is just displayed as a text. That's because we used the text method. But if you use the HTML method, then it is going to be understood as HTML. So this is the difference between the text and the HTML. If you want to use some HTML tags inside changing the original content, you can use the HTML, and then it is going to be displayed as actual HTML. And then the last thing that you can do, and or last two things that is actually very useful, is appending and removing elements that are existing in the existing in the HTML, or you want to add something new to the HTML. So text is always going to, and HTML is always going to override the content no matter what. Anything that was inside of the selected element, so in this case the P element, or actually all the P elements, it is going to be overridden with this content. So if we would have multiple P's, like hello world 2, what was that, P, right? Right. So if we have two P's, then both of them are going to be overridden with the same text. But what's more interesting is to add actually new tags into the thing. So I will create a button that is going to be add, and it will have an ID, add button, and we will have a remove button as well, that is remove, and we will have a main. So this is where we will add things and we will remove things. So so we can see that it is already there. We don't have anything yet because we haven't coded anything yet. But in the script now, what we can do is well, right now we will learn how to use the buttons and clicking on them, but let's not get that far. Let's just try out adding new elements into that main tag. So I will select the main tag, because this is what we are going to add the new element into, and I'm going to append something, and this something can be a new tag, a text element, or a full HTML element as well. So I will add a P tag that is added element, and I can add it multiple times, added second element, and so on and so forth. And if we look at the result, what we can see is that there is the added element and there is the added second element. And why is this interesting, other than actually we added two elements into, if we look at it in the inspector, you can see that we added these elements into the main. So the P is inside the main. The two P's are inside the main. And the interesting thing is that again, everything is happening line by line. So here we change all the P's to have this content, right? But these P's are not existing at that point. So even though they are P's, they are not going to be changed. So on the second 8 or year 8, we are changing every existing P tag to have this content. And later, like 8 seconds or 8 years later, we are adding a new P tag. But that won't be changed because this is already in the past. It's happened like way back then. We don't really care about that anymore. That's history, ancient history. So this is going to have the original value that we have here. And of course, obviously, if we change the order, like we move this thing at the bottom, and this is going to happen after creating these P elements, then every P tag is going to be having the same text content. Yeah, how time works, exactly. So this is something that sometimes can cause a little confusion at the beginning, I think. All right, so this is how you can add elements, and then how you can remove elements is basically like selecting them, and then you can remove them. So for example, if I have an ID for this, first, and then I have an ID for this second, I can say that I'm selecting after creating it. I can select it, obviously. So I can select the first one, and I can say that I want to remove it, and that is basically it. And you can see that at the end we won't be seeing any result. Any first P tag there as a result. All right, so this is the basic idea how you can manipulate JavaScript, manipulate the HTML from JavaScript. And the only thing is to make this useful is to make it happen not just whenever the page is loading, because right now if we open up this index.html, so we enter, you can actually, I don't know if it's seeable in the stream, but if you have the exact same code and you are running it on your computer, if you're refreshing the page, you can see that it actually happens. You can see that for a very quick second, you can see that the green background is there somewhere, and the red background is not there. So we have the original HTML, and then the JavaScript is loaded and immediately changes the thing, the whole page. And but usually that can happen, that when you load the page you want to do something, but the most important part is where you will be able to act on a user interaction. And the basic user interaction is clicking on something. So for example, clicking on a button, like adding something. So let's try to do that. And that is again very relatively easy, I think, with jQuery, because it follows the same idea. So you need to select something, like what we have here is a button with an ID that is add button. So this is what we are going to use. So I'm selecting the add button. And then what the action is going to be, well, there are multiple ways how you can do this, but the easiest way, I think, is to use the click action. And in the parentheses, you have to provide, like so far we provided some values or multiple values, or whole HTML content, or nothing at all. Right now we need to provide JavaScript code that is going to be run actually. So how do we put JavaScript code here that can be executed? And this is this is where the whole point is of doing these things, because these are the things that you want to do basically when the user is clicking, like adding something new content, or change the like count, or add the new comment to the page that the user is entering, or something like this, like change the existing content if the user did something. So if I click on the like button, I want to change the, like, previously it was 15 likes, now it should be 16 likes. So I need to replace that 15 with a 16. I need to do this just instead of having this text here, I need to put 16 likes or something. But that only need to happen when the user clicks on the like button. So for example, here on the add button, we will add or append a p tag. How to do that? And this is how we need to put JavaScript code here, so we can use the previously detailed examples inside clicks. And in order to do that, we can use functions. So here we can create a function that is going to be executed when the user is clicking. Functions can be very difficult, but for now we can just remember that this is how it needs to look like, and then you can write your code where you can write your code. So I will just show you. So you will have this thing, like two parentheses, simple parentheses, then arrow sign, and then curly parentheses or curly brackets. So this is the basic idea. This is a very, very simple function in JavaScript actually, but the interesting part is that between the curly braces you can have as many JavaScript comments or statements or anything as you like. So here I hit an enter to have a new line. So this is how it is going to look like. Simple parentheses, arrow sign, opening curly braces, closing curly braces, and in the between you can have anything. So for example, we can have the main append p/p added new p tag. So this is what will happen when we click on the button. So let's check it out. Everything ran exactly how it ran before. So this is changed. We have the red background, and if we click on the add button, what we will see is that we get a new p tag. And if I click it again, I will get another one, and again and again and again and again. So we can have many more until the end of the time, basically. And basically, this is the idea of using JavaScript to modify the HTML and CSS, because you can do it on the user interaction and not just when loading the page. When loading the page, you can do it like these things that we did so far. It's not really different from the previous HTML, doing it in CSS and in HTML. But now that
we click on something and then do that, you can't do that with CSS and with HTML. You can only do that with JavaScript. And that is why it is good that you know how to do this in JavaScript, because right now you can do all of these things when the button is clicked. And you can use that for any kind of manipulation. You can use that for changing the background. You can use that for increasing the number or anything like that. Okay. And we can do the same with the remove. So I will remove button, click, and then this is going to be where the executable function needs to be placed. And how does the function look like? Actually, I can show you as a different part. So this is just like this whole thing, just like this, is a value, and this is a string value. This is a function value, and because every value can go into a variable, you can put this thing into a variable as well. So let remove function equals, and then exactly the same thing, just with different content. So simple brackets, curly brackets, and then we want to remove something. So let's remove all the p tags in the main tag. So that is going to be main space p. So I'm selecting all the p tags that are in the main, and we want to remove them. So this is what we are going to do when the remove button is clicked. And now what we can do is use this variable here, remove function. So now it is actually, this whole thing is here. Just we put it into a variable. You can do that. And now I can add, and then remove everything from the p tag. I will close this. Add, and then remove. Add, remove. Add, and remove. So it's very, very useful. We can add anything, but you can combine this with basically with this you can create any kind of browser-based front-end application, like to-do application, or your own I don't know, calorie counter, or to-do manager, or calendar, or anything like that. These are doable with these tools, basically. Okay, so this is the jQuery part, and the basic idea is that selector and then some action, and the action usually has some kind of value. And the other thing that we covered is what a function is. So this is a function. You can create functions in other ways, and you can see. So this whole thing can be written in a different way, but that is still the same. I will put it here. So if you look at something like this, function, remove function, is basically the same. These two. I will comment it out so we don't have an error. But but the two things are actually the same. So sometimes you will see this, sometimes you will see this. I think this is a little bit more nicer, but it is again taste choice. What do you like? There are actually differences between the two, but at the beginning there is not that many, so you won't really need to know what is the underlying difference very, very deep under the hood. at this point. Okay. How can we remove them one by one? We can remove them one by one if we can select them one by one. So if you can select one, so if you know pseudo selector, for example, to select only one element, like I think there is a last child pseudo selector. You can remove only one, but I'm not sure if this is the right pseudo selector, but we can try out. And yes, it is. So this function is for selecting or removing everything that was selected. So if you just want to remove one element, then you have to select that one element. If you know the ID of that element, then you can remove that one element by the ID. Or in this case, you can use this pseudo selector. Yeah, okay. So, okay. So now the only thing that is left is to learn a little bit more about the JavaScript control flow, and that is going to be useful in many cases. But yeah, I think it's a good way to that we changed the order, because now I can do this using we can check out loops and conditions using the HTML, and that is going to be a little bit more visible on the HTML. So this is what we are going to do next after a break. So let's have a break again, and then we will continue with the last part. So we are going to have a break until 05. All right. And before going to the break, I will going to commit. So third part, commit. You need this summary if you want to commit, otherwise you won't be able to. And then I'm going to push it. And if you cloned my repository, so this one, this SHJS examples April 6, and you want to commit into that repository and push into that repository, you won't be allowed to. This is mine. You are not allowed to modify my repository. You have to create your own. So if you cloned mine, then you can see that because it is public, but you won't be able to modify it. So you won't be able to commit and push. You can commit, but you won't be able to push it to GitHub, because that is mine. Oh, that is my precious. Okay, so 10-minute break.
All right, last part. So I hope that now you are very interested in what is going to happen, because this is going to be mind-blowing. This is the ultimate thing that you need to know about programming, and this is going to be very, very common, basically, in every programming language. Actually, like what we had so far, like the variables and actually even the console logging and the functions. These are pretty common things in every programming languages. So probably in all languages you will find something similar, and these are very, very basic concepts that you can use in every programming language. So this is not really a JavaScript specific thing, but they are going to. If you try to learn, for example, Java or C# or anything like that, that is going to that is going to be in all of them. So variables, if not exactly with the same keyword, or console log is not going to be exactly like this, but these are going to happen in almost every programming language. And the two other things that we need to talk about is the conditions and the loops, and these are also very, very basic programming principles. They are also something the present in all major programming languages. So those are going to be also present in those as well. How does it know that it should append one p tag? It is appending whatever is here. It is appending only one thing. But if we selected, for example, multiple things, if we selected multiple things, then it will append it to multiple elements. So we selected only one element, like one main tag right now. But if there would be multiple main elements, then it would be appended multiple times. So it is just selector, what is the base of our operation, main tags. If there is many, then many. If there is only one, then only one. And what do we want to do is append. We want to add a new part into that. If there is many main tags, then we will add it many times to all of them. If there is only one, then we are going to add it only one time. But you can try it out. If we have duplicating this 3 times, then what you can see is that actually the second element and first element is also here multiple times, but we can see that added new p tag is now 3 times added into all of the main tags, and all of them are actually having this thing. And the remove will work exactly the same way, because now the remove selector, what we created, main p last child, is going to be true for all the mains and all the p's that are last childs in those mains. So here we are going to remove 1, 2, and 3. If I'm removing that, and removing again, and removing again, and removing again, and removing again. So this is how it will work. Okay, so all right, let's do for loops. And in order to get for loops or loops, no, not loops, conditions. Let's start conditions. Let's start with conditions. Sorry, little confusion. So here we are. This was the second part, or jQuery part, and this is the last part. Conditions and loops. So conditions are basically like if you want to do something based on the current values of other things, or like the constellation of the stars or something like that. So it's kind of like an if sentence, if you think about it. If something is true, then do this, and otherwise do something else. So this is the basic idea. And how we can try that out is that I don't know how to use this into our advantage. What we can do is add I will not put it here, but let's just show a basic example. So this is how it is looking like as a general statement, or if condition. So if simple parentheses or simple brackets, and here comes the condition. So what is that based on what are we going to execute things or not? So this is generally called the condition, and then we will have a curly braces or curly brackets, and here we are going to have statements, any kind of statements, like jQuery statements or creating variables or anything that we did so far, or console logging. Actually, we can say that let's create a very basic example, like let age equals 33 or 35, and the condition is basically a Boolean value, or this is like a true or false value. So if something is true, is basically what I was saying, then we want to do this. We want to do these statements, or this JavaScript code, and the other part is basically the else. So otherwise we want to do something else here. So this is how the whole thing is going to look like on a basic level. Curly braces, simple curly braces, and there is no need for a semicolon here. The ifs are special in that sense, that they don't have a semicolon at the end. They just need semicolons for the statements in between the curly brackets. So, but you can have it if you want. It doesn't really change anything. Just it usually there is no semicolons there. So how do we check that the age is something? Like, we can say that if the age is bigger than 18, then we want to do something, and otherwise we want to do something else. And why is this going to be useful? Because this is the basic idea behind this. Is like, again, Facebook, very simple example. If the user is logged in, then we want to show the newsfeed and the posts and stuff like that. And if the user is not logged in, so else, we want to show the login form so the user can log in. So this is a very simple way of going into two different ways based on one condition that can be either true or false. And here comes that we can use the and signs or signs and put multiple conditions together and use that as one condition. That is also doable, if you remember from the beginning part of this session. So here, what we can say is that this person can drink, and otherwise we can say that this is a kid, no alcohol, or something like that. So this is how you can differentiate things. And what will happen is that when we are running this code, is that we are going line by line. So first we are going to create the age variable, and then we are going to check if that age is bigger than 18. And if it is, we are going to print out this. And if it is not, then we are going to print out this. So let's look at that and let's see if it is actually happening right like that. So what we see here is that this person can drink, and we don't see the other console logs. This is not in the console at all. Why is this useful? Because we can combine this thing with what we already used. So the condition here, the condition can contain any values. We can contain we can compare any values, any variables to other variables, to other values, and anything like that. There are a couple of things that we should talk about, but the most important things that the comparisons, like what comparisons are there. Obviously, there is the other part, like the smaller than. So this is a very good or very easily guessable thing. But we can also have greater or equal than. So now, if it is 18, the age is 18, then it is going to be still true. So this is going to be executed. But if it is just like this, then 18 is not bigger than 18. So that is going to be the false part or else part. And that is also true for smaller than. And we can have what we can have. And what the last thing that we want to probably check is that if the same two things are exactly the same. Do you know what is the check for what is the operator to check if the two values on the two sides are going to be exactly the same? So this is the bigger, this is the smaller, but what if I want to have them to be equal? How can I check that? All right, there are a couple of good answers in the comments. So yeah, you can use the 2 equals sign or the 3 equals sign. It is generally generally a better choice to use the 3 equals sign, but why not 1 equals sign? You might ask this question. Why do we need 2 or 3? Because nice. Because 1 equals sign is assignment. So this operator is already occupied by a function to assign the value to a variable. So if I'm as a browser, I'm seeing this, I'm going to do variable and value assignment. So I will do that here too. I will just set the 18 value to the age variable and not compare the two things. I have to use something different other than 1 equals sign, and this is going to be 2 or 3 equals signs. Generally, the 3 equals signs is better because it also compares, it also needs to the two things to be the same type. So age can't be 18 like this. They have to be number 18s, both on the same sides. While the two, the more equal sign, the better. Yeah. While the 2 equal sign is going to have a true value for this, and the 3 equal sign is not going to have a true value for this. Okay. So this was the original example, so I will leave that here, and let's do an actual I don't know, purposeful thing. So what we can do, for example, here is that we can check that how many p tags that are created already, and if there are more p tags than, let's say, 5, or there is less p tags than 5, then we create a new p tag. Otherwise, we don't want to continue creating because that is just too much or something like that. So this is like something that you can perfectly do here as well. So we only want to create a new p tag if there is not 5 already. So we can say if, and then somehow we need to get how many p tags are there. So what we can oh, not right not equal, that is a good question. Not equal is going to be exclamation point and equals sign. So instead of 3 equals sign, you can change the first one to an exclamation point, and then it is going to be not equal. So right now the age is if the age is anything but 18, then this is going to be printed out. Otherwise, if the age is exactly 18, then this is going to be printed out. This is the not equal, and this was the original example. So only add if there are more than 5 or less than 5. So somehow we need to get the already existing p tags. We can select them here inside of the condition, because that's what we want to what we want to check. So sorry, main p. These are the things that we want to do and or want to select. And again, we will need something. Maybe we can have a length. I don't know if that works actually, but let's check. Instead of creating an if already, we can just console log out this main p dot length. This was there what we were trying to try out. So we can check it. If it works, then we can use it. If it's not working, then we can look for something that is going to work. But let's see. So right now, if I'm going to click the add button, we should see a console log here. So let's click the add button. And actually we see 5. I'm not sure if that's correct, but here we had 1p, here we had 2p, and 3, 4, maybe 4 that I can count. Let's look at this was 1 for sure, this was 2 for sure, and then the script before we added 1 and added 2, that's 4, and then we removed the first one, so that's 3. So why is there 5? That's a very good question. Well, just look at the whole thing. What is that we are selecting? That's also something that we can print out or console log out, and then we will see what are the elements that are selected. So I'm going to click on add, and we can see that there is P1, this one, this one, this one, and this one, and this one. Okay, so there is actually these all, and only the last 2 things are not added. I don't know why these are actually selected. Probably this is not the best example because we already have a lot of P's here, so I will comment these out for the time being. So yeah, now it is a little bit better. We don't have anything because all the main elements are empty. All the main elements are not having anything, and now that we added 3 p tags, what we should be able to see, if I'm adding a new one and clicking on this button again, printing out the number of the p tags inside of a main, again what we should see is 3. So we are actually seeing the 3 p tags because those are the things that we created. But if I go back to actually the very, very basic original example, so we only have one main, it is going to be a little bit more descriptive, I hope. So right now, if I'm going to click on the add button, we see nothing because there was no p tag in the main. If I click on it again, we will see 1 p tag in the main. So if I'm going to change this back to length, we will see 0 because there was no p tag. Add again 1 p tag, add 1 more, then there was 2 p tag already there, and so on and so forth. So this is a good thing that we are selecting. The p tags and the length is going to tell us how many is there. And of course, if I change the order of these 2 things, then there is going to be 1 more already. So we are not going to start with 0. We're always going to start with p tag, with 1 p tag, because it's already created at this point. So I will go back to the if main p dot length is bigger, smaller than 5. Then I want to create a new p tag. Otherwise, you can leave it empty, but if there is nothing here, then you can just leave it out as well. But actually, we can do we can have a different one, like add the thing that is actually having a green class, because we already have a green class, and then we are going to append p tags with a green class after we have more than 5. So if I try this out and add the first few, then these are not going to be green. But right now, if I click 1 more, then what I will add is the green version. So this is now more than 5. So this sentence or this condition is not true anymore. That the number of the p's is smaller than 5. So we are not going to execute this, but we are going to execute that part instead. All right. Input field, how are you? And then condition. Yes, I don't want to really get into like exactly the same thing can happen. Just here, instead of having the length of this, you can select an input field, and somehow you need to get the value of that input field. And how can we get the value of an input field? jQuery input value, and you will be able to get probably even Google is already answering the thing, but the jQuery API documentation is going to answer you also that you can use the val action on the input. So if I have, let's say, just quickly so you don't be bored too much, input ID, I don't know, name, and type equals text, and and we can add the value, the input value here. So this is how we can put JavaScript inside of the text, and I can select here the name and val. Let's say, I don't know, username or something. So, but this can also get into here instead of being here. So you can put these anywhere you want, combine them anyhow you want. And right now, if I'm going to put Adam here, I can add and Adam2, then and the rest is not going to be anything like that anymore, because we didn't put the variable there, or the actual value there. Okay, so this is getting the value of an input field if you really want to, but that's not going to be needed really for or maybe that is going to be needed for one exercise actually at the end of the day. But you can find it pretty easily online, how to do that if you are a little bit tried out the things already. And the last thing that we want to try out is loops, and probably that is going to be the hardest thing to like acknowledge. Usually that is. On the basic level, it's very simple. It is used for repeatedly do the same thing. So it can be described with this one sentence. So if I want to do something 100 times, then you can use a loop and then do the thing 100 times, and that is perfectly makes sense. But actually, to make something useful for you using a loop, that can be hard sometimes. So don't worry if you find it hard at the beginning. It can be confusing at first sight, especially if you've never seen something like that before. What I'm going to do is what we are going to check is I will show the GitHub push and commit again. So what we are going to check is two types of loops. I think one is going to be very useful for you for the exercises at least, and for actual usage. The other one is just a very general loop that usually is the example everywhere. So these two things are kind of needed to be demonstrated, because you can find this one and that one, and they are pretty much the same. And the first one that is going to be useful, this is what I start with, is going through an array So you have a list of items and you want to repeatedly do the same things for all elements of the array. So for example, if you have an array of posts, you want to create some little HTML part for all the posts, like with a title, with a description, with an image, and with comments, let's say. And all posts are looking like this in the array. You remember that we can have a person, like a person, and we can have an array of persons with multiple objects, for example. So you can have a post object that has a title and the image and the description, and you can have multiple of those in an array, and you can use a loop to create the HTML structure for each of the posts. For now, I will create a color array and create different colored boxes. So it is kind of be the same, but you will be able to combine it later. Let's hope. So let's create a colors equals orange, yellow, I don't know, purple, blue, and green. And what we want to do is create a box. So let's say for example, into the main append, and we want to create, I don't know, how should we do that? Let's create a div that has a box class /div, basically the general container, and then we can say that the box class is going to have width 100 pixels and height 100 pixels. And what we need to do is somehow set the box classes or this division's background color, so it has orange or something like that. And we can use the same idea that we had with the remove. So main div last child, because that is going to be the lastly appended thing. So we are going to change the CSS, the background, to be orange. So this is what we want to do, and this is what we want to do like 5 times. 5 times. And here we want to have yellow, and here we want to have purple. Oops. Purple, if I can type. And here we want to have blue, and here we want to have green. So this is what we want to do. And these are basically the same to sentences or same to statements, and we just want to repeat them, and the only difference is the color here. All the rest is basically the same. So what we can do is, instead of having this, I will leave this as a comment so you can see that what is going to be the original idea, or you can actually download it and comment it out and check it if it works exactly the same. What we can do is say that we want to do something for each color, and this is going to look like this. Colors dot, again, we are doing something special with an array. Just we are not pushing a new element into it, or checking the length of it, but we are going to do something for each of them. So this is going to be a loop, and just like with the click, here what we need to put is a function. So this is going to look like this, just like with the click, and we will be able to put something here. And there is only little difference that in the parentheses, what you can do usually with functions is that you can provide or define like some input for the function. So for example, here in the remove function, this function doesn't have any input. It just always removes the same thing, the last p in the main. That's the only thing. But we can have an input if you want to. We can provide an input, for example, from where do we want to remove the thing. So let's say that this main is not fixed here, but this is coming as an input. This is something that you can do. I won't do that because then we won't be able to use it here, but let's go back here, because in this case we can request the element from the colors. So we have the colors here. I will move this here bottom so we can see it actually. So if I'm doing something like this, like a for each, then an input for this function is always going to be one single color from the array. So we can call it color or item, list item, or anything like that. It's usually a good idea to call it the singular version of the array. But you can name it anyhow. So this can be unicorn. It's just how you prefer to name the one thing that is coming from the array. But it is going to be color, so we should call it color. And now you can do whatever you want to do with that color, and this thing is going to be repeated as many times as many items are there in the colors. So if we do this, like I will copy these two sentences or these two lines, just like that was here before, and instead of putting here the color as a text value, we can use the color that is coming one by one, different things or different. So the first time that the loop is executed, the color is going to be orange. After that, it is going to be yellow, then purple, then blue, and then green. So if I hit the save button and run this, what we will see is that we will have a nice little rainbow in the main, because that's where we are adding these boxes. So the first one is orange, then yellow, then purple, and then blue, and then green. And of course, if you change the order of these, or if you push a new color, like push magenta into that, then the for each is going to go through all of the contents of the colors. So the last one now is going to be magenta. That is a very nice color. So as many times as many items we have in the colors, it is going to be executed. That's it. That's the for each. And the last one is the simple for loop. Repeat something like a number of times. Well, the while, yeah, there are other loops as well, but at the beginning, I think it's perfectly enough to understand these two. These are the two most useful. So the other thing that is so the simple for loop that is doing something as a number repeatedly times. So like do it 500 times or 100 times. It's not connected to an array. It's just do this. It's like when the teacher is giving I don't know, task to the students to, I want you on the exam, write it on the board like 500 times, and then you can use a for loop for that. So this is how it looks like. You can actually use VS Code to generate this for you if you want to. This second option is going to generate it for you, but I will type it out so you can see what is exactly going to happen. There is going to it is going to start with the for keyword, and inside the parentheses we will have to have 3 different things. The first one is creating a variable to count with. That is going to be, so most of the times it is called I. So we are going to create an I, and we are going to create or assign a value to it. We are usually starting to count from 0. So this is usually how a for loop looks like at the beginning. Then the second part is a condition, how far we want to go. So we want to go until the I is smaller than 100, for example, and then a semicolon again. And then the last part is that how should the I change in between the single executions. So every time the I is changed, every time the loop is executed once, so not the whole thing, but just once, then let's change the I, so it is going to be 1 bigger. So as opposed to the previous one, we add 1, add 1. So the I is going to basically count from 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4, and so on, until it reaches 100, when it is going to stop. And again, curly brackets, and here comes your any kind of statements or whatever you want to do. For example, console log current number I. So this console log is going to be executed 100 times, and every time the I is going to be different, a different number. At the beginning it is going to be 0, and then the last one is going to be 99. So we can check that out. Actually, you can see that here the console is now filled with this current number thing. We have a lot of we have a lot of numbers that is printed out. All right, but I don't think that you will need this this for loop. Most of the times this is more useful. So this is why I focused on this a little bit more. All right, these are the topics that I wanted to talk about, and yes, of course, you can use I++ instead of this. This is just a little bit more intuitive, I think, for someone that is looking at it the first time. But you can have this just like this. These are perfectly the same. So actually I can leave it here, and I would comment like I++ means I equals I plus 1. So everyone can remember. And this is the last material review, and I know that this was a huge topic. Most of you can, or some of you probably feel a little bit lost with all the information. That's kind of perfectly normal. This is a huge topic. There are a lot of information here that I introduced, and a lot of things that you just saw the first time, and it's perfectly normal that kind of something is okay, or at until some point it was okay, but now at the end you feel a little bit lost. To the rescue comes tomorrow exercises, so you will be able to go through the exercises with, again, a lot amount of detailed descriptions. So we will talk about how to open the console, how to try it out, what to see there. We will talk about all the variables and expressions that you would be able to use with many things, small exercises, and how to add the JavaScript to a web page, and small exercises for that as well. How to use functions, if conditions and loops, just in a very basic way, and trying them out. So these are basically the basics of JavaScript, and this part is going to be kind of revisiting all these things just while you trying them out on your own. So for those who are actually were able to follow, I don't think that the first two parts is very necessary for you, because these are just going to repeat the very basics of JavaScript. But of course you can do them. But I think from the third one, I think it is a good choice to at least start there, the exercises, if you feel confident. So you can try these out. And then again with jQuery, we have all the information about the necessary parts of jQuery, and how to handle clicks and user events. And then we will have a couple of exercises all together. This is, I think, if you never saw HTML and CSS before, or any other programming language, it is way more. This workshop is way more than 4 hours. So don't worry if you are not able to finish it tomorrow. It is kind of longer because this is a huge topic, and you need to know the basics of this, even if we are not going into all of the details. And you will have a whole week next week to continue with these exercises if you haven't been able to finish them tomorrow. So it is perfectly okay if you won't finish all of them tomorrow. You can keep up to work on them on the next week, and then the next week we will have a bigger project, which is going to be the whole week's workshop, where we are going to use HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and jQuery all together, and that is going to be the summarizing of the course. So you are going to be seeing me now and us probably the last time, but we will see you on Discord tomorrow and next week. But this was the last material review, and this is why I wanted to include all the amount of information that I included, even if it was even if it was a little bit too much for some of you. So I hope you enjoyed this so far. I hope we will see you tomorrow and continue next week with the project. And I hope that you will have a wonderful weekend. And I hope that this is a good opportunity for you and you like what you are doing and enjoy it, even if you feel a little bit lost right now. So yeah, I think that's it. One more thing, I created a cheat sheet because of the all of the syntax little things and JavaScript stuff like that. It is at the bottom of the page at the materials, a cheat sheet where you can look at all the necessary information trying to put into one place. So you can look at examples, how to do the condition, how to do the loops, and how to include script tag and jQuery and a couple of jQuery examples as well. So you can try, you can have this open when you are solving the exercises if you need to. So yeah, that's it. Have a nice evening and try to rest a little bit until tomorrow, and we will see tomorrow with the exercises. Bye. I forgot to push and commit, so this is what I'm going to do as an extra. So the fourth part and the smiley, and then commit and then push. So now I'm going to end the stream after everything is online, hopefully. Yeah, that is there. All right, bye.